Can't breathe anymore. Oh, hello, Mala. I see you're awake at good hours too. I didn't watch all of Kaeson's re-debut. I watched like 2 minutes of it, honestly. But I saw a bit of Nazuna's, and I must say that yeah, she seems familiar. Can't say quite where from, but yeah. I don't know. Just like it's buried deep in my skull, and like, if only there was some way to like resurrect that undead thought buried within. Anyway, that wasn't subtle, but. Oh yeah, I saw that there were live subtitles. I don't know who Taishi is. And honestly, I'm glad that I hope that becomes a bigger thing, because like, bro, like waiting for clips of the stream to get translated and learning Japanese are not great options. And even if the clips get translated, there's no guarantee they'll be translated well, and they can only be part. Because in isolation, I am reclaimer of my night. I wish I could sing, dude. It'd be super cool. Oh, okay. He fell. One of the demons fell down, didn't they? Yes, yes, he did. Man's gotta have fast fingers. And a charitable soul. Nope. Oh, okay. How nice of him to do that for someone totally unaffiliated 100% with Hololive. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like as in a profession. He like hires a stenographer. But okay, a machine. Okay. Like a voice to text thing? Whatever it is, it sounds wild. I don't need these tutorials. I've played the game. It was nice to hear her, though. To hear Nazuna. Did you hear about the stuff with Chloe and Iroha and Louis? Because that's wild and funny. Oh, okay. Well, I just saw these videos get uploaded with black and white thumbnails and with kanji, and I was like, damn, is this serious? Did something from Iroha and Chloe's channels? And I was like, damn, did something happen? They're not like graduating, are they? Nobody's dead. What's happening? And then I click and on Chloe's first. And then I go to the comments and they're like, yeah, she's not going to be streaming for a little bit and the stream for today is canceled because of the ghosts in her house. Her house is haunted. Hiya, Max. How's it going? I'm kicking demon thingies. Demon goats, not demon ghosts. So yeah, Chloe canceled her stream because of ghosts. And then Iroha's like, yeah, the stream for tonight is canceled. Tomorrow's stream is still on, but yeah, Chloe came over because of the ghosts in her house. So 2 streams were canceled because of paranormal activity. Ghosts? Do you think it might be a ghost? I really what 2chan thread? Damn, garbage. And some people were like, you have to take it seriously. It's a real situation. And I'm like, I mean, I take the fact that she's scared seriously. Who's Denko? Ow. Oh, okay. I'm not good with Vergil anymore, it seems.
Scum. Too slow. Die.
Quite possibly. I think Ace is watching TV right now, though. I'll stop spamming the combo when it stops working. Gold orb! What, I don't get to keep the DT I earned in there? Bullshit.
Too slow. Blast!
There's no music here. There's music here when you're playing as Nero, and there's no music when you're here as Vergil. Yeah, that might be that it does you might have long COVID. How's your brain feeling? The symptoms can vary, of course, but I've heard that long COVID symptoms can last for months or longer, but yeah, just keep an eye on your breathing. I don't know if there's any treatment for it, but they might at least be able to give you stuff to help you breathe. I also don't know what Mexico's healthcare system is like. Yeah, I think if you lose your sense of smell for a year, it might not be coming back. Like it could, but after a year, that seems like that's like a random chance of it coming back. Yeah. Yeah, like sense of smell is something that most people never really lose, like through age. So if it's gone now, she might not be getting that back. Also, like, have you seen how people predict COVID waves or like detect COVID waves by like looking at candle store reviews, and when there is a sudden like influx of negative reviews saying they couldn't fucking smell anything, they're like, okay, people are getting COVID again.
Go. Die. Go.
You know, as soon as there's a deadly, like an immediately deadly strain of COVID, it's gonna spread so rapidly. It's gonna be bad.
Too slow. Die.
I like dashing in. Yeah, I forgot to wear a mask when I was with my dad and my brother, but I remembered to wear one the other day, and then I wore one when we went to vote before that, or I think that that was before that. And very few people were wearing one there. Not encouraging. So that's the thing about Vergil, is that his damage is so incredibly high that bosses on any difficulty lower than Dante Must Die are no longer an issue, because he can just rip them apart. So you still have your sense of smell, that's good. Like, we don't often need sense of smell for survival anymore, but it is like something we use for pleasure. You can just smell nice things.
Go to hell. It's over.
Oh, you have temporary, like, is there an actual fix, or is there, like, just sort of some temporary thing they have?
Too slow.
Because, like, every time I've been out of water these last few years, it's just, like, awful. Like, not having, like, still having electricity is better than not having either, but, like, the not having running water thing sucks, especially the toilet situation. Because we use it has happened often enough that we have a portable toilet. Portable toilets suck. I don't know if you guys have used a portable toilet recently. Well, Mala might have, I'm sorry. But I'm just angry at the past. Well, there's a storage of water. There are two storage tanks in it. One for clean water and one for mess. And you have to use a pump to create pressure in the clean water. And the mess, since the mess is still there, contained by plastic, the smell is not entirely contained. And the thing is that they aren't really built for, like, they're built to be portable, so that means that a full-grown adult man doesn't really fit well on one. And it's uncomfortable. And also it's plastic instead of porcelain. So it, like, the reason why people use porcelain is because it's smoother and it feels like more solid, and it doesn't build up like you don't stick to it if you get heat, like, as much if you heat up. Was there like at least were there like porta potties nearby or something, or like a communal bathroom or something like that? I don't know how the water, like, if it was the whole like water main or whatever, or if it was in certain sections. I don't know. Good to know for the future that even major cities in countries that function, like, that are pretty decently well off. Oh, okay. Like, even they are like, oh, oops, we just aren't ready for big storms or big outages. Our bad. Come on. There you go. Total accident, total accident, total accident. I did not see that. Of course, you gotta support the Pop-Tart Nation. I have not seen that, but that would be excellent. I wanted to watch the new DuckTales, and they were like, we're putting the new DuckTales up on YouTube for everybody to watch. And then I go and click on it, and they're like, not you, not in your country. Imagine getting to be anime.
Too slow. Stop.
Bullshit. I tried to dodge. I was not fast enough. I keep hitting the button. Apparently just not at the right time. There we go. Alright, so for this boss fight, I am once again going to try my best to end it as quickly as possible. Alright, Mo, good night. Thanks for dropping by. Well, that wasn't as smooth as I was hoping.
Kneel before him. So down you go. So down you go. Kneel before him. Jack. Stop.
Perfect. I was hoping for more than 3, but what can I do? Hold on. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 difficulty modes in the main game. I cleared each of those once. Then I went through them all again once to get the S rank, so that's 12 times. Then I played through it with a friend. Then I played through it on stream. Then I played through it to show it to my dad. So that's 3 more times. Then I played through it once with Vergil on this version. And I played through it once with Vergil on the other version, so that's 17. Then I played through it 3 more times on PC, so that's 20. Then I played through it twice more on this version standard. Oh, sorry, 3 times more, so that's 23. I feel like there might have been one more time, but at least 23 if that's the answer. Basically, that's not counting the times I've just played random missions for fun, but in its entirety, at least 23 times. So a bit of context for why people are such big fans of this game in particular. Devil May Cry 1 came out in 2001. The next one came out in 2003. Then the next one came out in 2005. Then they made a different version of that came out in 2006. And then the next one came out in 2008. So there would either be 1 or 2 years between every game, right? Or every release. Then there was a 5-year gap, and the next one to come out was made by a completely different development team in a different country. and it was worse, and it was different. And it was in a new continuity with new characters that people didn't like very much. And when I mean people, I do mean most people, and yes, that includes me. And Ace, I showed it to Ace once or twice, and they were absolutely disgusted by it. And its attitudes towards women and minorities, attitudes and usage of women and minorities, less than ideal. Let's just put it that way. And gameplay simplified, runs worse, story stupid, and it starts one way, then ultimately ends up rehashing and combining stories of previous games, rendering it largely pointless. And that was in 2013. And then they launched the DLC, which after the poor sales of the original game, received a borderline non-existent budget. I have seen animations on Newgrounds that would make it look like trash, because it suddenly switched to a 2D animated style with like 3 frames per scene or whatever. And like then they did a special edition of 4, and people were like, oh shit, bringing back classic Devil May Cry? And that was in 2015. I was on Newgrounds a lot as a kid. I thought it was cool that people could just make games and cartoons. It was wild. And I saw other stuff. Anyway. And then, let's see. Then there was radio silence from oh yeah, who or I don't know if you feel like sharing, but radio silence from like 2015 after their remasters and special editions were sold, and people just prayed that they were successful enough for the original series to be continued. And then 5 was announced at E3 2018 to much excitement. Oh, okay. I'm not familiar. At least not offhand. Like if you showed me like a meme or something they made, I might recognize that. And then this game came out, and it was very good. And people were really excited from the trailer because it was one of those rare video game trailers that showed a finished game. The first showing of it had things like gameplay, story implications, and looked good and real. So basically, the last real game before this in the Devil May Cry series, or in the main Devil May Cry series, came out in 2008. This came out in 2019, so I wasn't into Devil May Cry at the time, but I was 12 when it happened. As opposed to this one where I was 23. But I started playing them when I was 20, and I really liked them. And I found out, and if you ever get into something and you're like, man, are there any more of these? Are they making more? And you see, or like, are they like has not been updated? User has not updated blog or fiction or uploaded in years, and you're like, oh. They're cool. And then you just hope, and then they're like, big project's coming. And you're like, for real? And they're like, here's proof of work, proof of concept. And like, damn, you are for real. Alrighty. They might not work if they aren't like on YouTube because Flash is gone. Flash has been deleted.
Down you go. Check. Checkpoint. Kneel before. Don't act. Checkpoint. Down you go. Checkpoint.
Okay.
Don't act. Down you go. Checkpoint. Act. Checkpoint.
Okay. Not Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, I know. Or perhaps not. I don't know how ancient Babylonian is pronounced. That's good if it still works, yeah. Fuck off. Yeah, I can't. My headphones are not that easy to swap. Man, Levi just did. He's been in a very playful mood this evening. So I got out a toy and played with him, and then he lost interest in the toy. And you know what's better than a toy is human appliances. One of his favorite hobbies. He is a good boy. He's just occasionally a disruptive boy. So this mission is different from it's supposed to be, since I'm playing as Vergil. I'm playing, if you've ever played Sonic Adventure 2, I am playing the dark route. Sort of. I'm playing as the DLC character that came later, so he doesn't appear properly in most story events, since he wasn't in them this way. Okay. But normally, you can pick between one of two characters, and then one starts here on the right side and the other starts on the left side, and then their paths split and then converge later. And then you can play with another player cooperatively. However, Vergil goes it alone, so no cooperation unless you're playing on PC and using a very easy to download and install mod. Like, you have to, it's like two things maybe, but like download mod, install mod, open mod works. You can now play on the internet. All but like two or like 4 missions, as opposed to the basic version where you can play 2 missions online and see other players. Oh god, I missed it. I wish this game was fully cooperative, but or at least had a co-op mode. So now I just get to wait for Dragon's Dogma and hope that maybe that has a co-op mode. Or wait for Bayonetta 3 and hope that that has a co-op mode. Or play Bayonetta 2's co-op mode on the Nintendo Wii U. It is on Switch, I just don't have it on Switch. I'm just complaining about this game's lack of multiplayer features. I don't know how long you spaced out for. Yeah, but like, I don't know the last thing you heard was. Whack at a sign. Man, caution wet floor signs in the middle of, like, a minor apocalyptic event. Beautiful. I suppose you wouldn't know the plot of this game at all unless you follow Ace on... yeah, unless you follow Ace on Tumblr and saw them posting cutscenes and managed to piece it together. I don't know. Okay. But, okay, so, this guy, this asshole, he was very sickly. At the end of around the end of Devil May Cry 1, Dante beat his ass and effectively killed him because he was a mind slave. Yeah. Then the island that they were on, and Dante left him for dead because he thought he was dead. And then the island they were on exploded after Dante left. So yeah, Dante pretty squarely assumed Vergil died. He didn't though. He got better. And he, when I say got better, I mean barely. Well, you can play as Dante and Spider-Man together in at least 2 different Marvel vs. Capcom games. Wow. I can't say I don't know where that came from. Where the Spider-Man. Oh, okay. But yeah, so Vergil barely survived and was severely weakened from the whole dying and then exploding thing. And then searched and wandered and took years to recover, I believe. And then sought out his sword in the hands of some strange punk kid who looked a lot like him but was approximately 20 years younger. No idea how they could, what kind of connection they could have, that had his sword and ripped in his hand, and then ripped off his arm and took the sword, and then sought out an evil magical tree, and then split himself into 2. Then the largely demonic half ate the fruit from the magical tree, which was grown by... Yeah, it's his son. He ripped off his son's arm. But, some people think that's a spoiler. It's only a spoiler if you don't have eyes, or just really don't pick up on things. Like, I know one person who didn't figure that they were related. And I was kind of shocked. But it's like, what if you watch episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you were like, holy shit, Luke and Darth Vader are related? And it's like, yeah, they were. Did you not watch it was anyway. But like they never expressly say that Nero is Vergil's kid before that, but he looks like Vergil and Dante, and Dante says that Dante's like, yeah, you're a demon, a little, but you and I are a little bit different from the others. And then he's like, And then he's like, hey, hold on, that sword belonged to my brother. It should stay in the family. And then he's like, actually, you know what? You should keep it. He's like, I thought it had to stay on the family. And he's like, in the family. He's like, yeah, never mind. Forget it. You can keep it. And also, he is straight up told that he's related to Vergil's father twice in 4. And if you're related to someone's father, who has been dead for 30 years, wonder how you could be related to the man. A kid in his teens could be related to a man, to someone who's been dead for decades. The guy who had at least 2 kids. But so he planted the tree. The tree blossomed and collected power by blood sacrifice, of devouring and draining the blood and killing people, sending out demons to collect blood, and roots to collect blood of humans, and use that in a ritual to create a magically powerful fruit to complete Vergil's demonic half. Then that completes, then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna take over the world now. Or whatever. I'm as powerful as I ever needed to be. Fight me, Dante. And then Dante does fight him, and Dante still manages to win. And then then his human and demon halves combine and reform him, and that's what happens. I'm telling you this now because the original Hope. So I'm sure you've heard. We've said this before, but I asked Graham to stream Devil May Cry 3 with me in September of last year, and then I was like, when are we gonna do it? And Parker was like, you know what, May we can do Devil May Cry. And it was like September at the time, and I was like, man, I don't even know if I'll be alive in May. But there's a global pandemic. But I was like, alright. Then May came around, and the first Friday of May, which was when I was expecting, that's okay, they've all been really busy, but the first Friday of May, I retweeted like a lot of Devil May Cry fan art, and then like posted like your hand just did that thing, and then featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series on it really poorly, like just with Microsoft Paint. Put it on top of it and tweeted at them and was like, hey, I'm just like, you know, trying to get into graphic art, graphic design. It's one of my passions. What do you think? And Ace then retweeted all of this stuff. And then I posted a bunch of Devil May Cry songs in the Discord. And was like, hey, I just thought I'd share some of my favorite music today. and then the stream started, and it was Pokemon Coliseum for the Nintendo GameCube. and then Ace and I started booing in the chat. And then the game was like bugging out horribly, like the text wasn't showing up properly half the time. Yeah. And it's like, man, if only there was another game you guys could stream. Yeah. Oh. And then they streamed it maybe a week or 2 after that. But yes, you do. It's okay. We've heard it before. It's it's generally noted, but okay. Yeah, and then so they started one. Yeah, parents will just kind of bring up, "Oh yeah, you inherited conditions from me, or we have this genetic condition, by the way." My mother was just like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we have this thing where like part of our intestinal lining apparently just goes out. Like sometimes it'll just stop working." And I'm like, "Oh, cool." It's like, "So what happens?" It's like, "Oh, the acid just burns your intestines for a bit, for like a while." And I'm like, "Excellent." And it's like, "Is it fatal?" No, but you do have massively increased chances for intestinal cancer. And I'm like, "Cool! I've always wanted intestinal cancer." And oh. Also, it was discovered when I was like a baby that I was allergic to tomatoes. And I think then my dad was like, "Oh, I'm allergic to tomatoes." And I was like, "You didn't..." How long did it take him to bring that up? Because I gotta wonder. Like, they didn't check with my brother beforehand because... And then check with me? I don't know. How can you stun someone mid-teleport? Could you calm down, Zippy Man? So then, in their next attempt, they decided to stream Devil May Cry 1 and start from the beginning, and I was like, cool. And I was like, Graham, careful, you're starting hard mode. You haven't played this in a while, right? Did you? And he's like, no, what, you think I can't handle hard mode? And I was like, it's really hard. And he's like, I'll handle hard mode. And then about 90 minutes later, they restarted. Graham restarted because it was really hard and they were making very little progress. And then Frisk and Graham took turns, and then they made it about 4 missions. Yeah. And And then, next time Graham and Frisk made it much farther. And they're like 2/3 of the way. Oh, hi, Ace. We're talking about the history of Devil May Cry, specifically in reference to my bothering Graham to play it. And then I was there that time. And then they played Devil May Cry 3 and got 3 missions in. And that's where we are. And it was also June by that point, I think. May, baby. Devil May Cry May. Man, these are a cool concept. I never want to be in anyone. Basically, yeah, no, not very much. But you get to enter into a blood vessel. Just mention bringing Ace for totally inconspicuous reasons. And then, sorry, Ace, I just invited you to somebody else's home, didn't I? Sorry, that's not. That's violating 2 people's right to privacy. Though I guess apparently that's being eradicated in the United States, so other people can just make decisions about your body now, so I'm sorry. That's not anyway. Man, that's messed up. He's like, and next, now that we have judged, Ted Cruz is like, now that we've judged, the judges have overruled Roe v. Wade, think the next logical thing to do is get rid of gay marriage. And I'm like,
now you die. Now you suffer.
And I'm like, yep, those are 2 things that are totally related. Logically, Roe v. Wade and gay marriage, they have nothing to do with each other than bigotry. And I'm like, bro, come on. Could you guys give it a rest? Also, like, Graham tweeted a thing from Ghost Stories when that one lady was like, she was like, why don't you go bomb an abortion clinic? And she's like, I won't have to do that now once that lovely president of ours stacks the Supreme Court. And then, like, that's the thing is that dub was done during the Bush presidency. This has been, like, something they've been aiming for a long time. And also, like, one of my... I mean, so, normally, like, sure, but, like, housing prices are really bad right now. Like, houses that would normally be going for, like, 200K are going for, like, 600K. Houses that would normally be, like, 500K or, like, 300K going for $1 million. Or more. They are absurd. Like... Honestly, saying 100K, 200K for like 400 or 500K, that's incorrect. It's closer to 200K is $1 million. You can sell houses for $1 million and people will take it. Like, you can, like, a 3-bedroom house for $1 million, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Alright, so Max, you do actually have a bit of an in, since one of your grandparents is Canadian and one of your parents would therefore get Canadian citizenship. So legally, if you have family here, that gives you points on your immigration thing. Let's see. Now it would be easier to bring Graham over through that, and then you would then the rest of the family could slowly come over. Or you could get jobs here. Like if you have a business associate. Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was one of your grandparents. If I was hoping you had a cousin or something. Okay. If not, then that complicates things. If you have a work placement over here, like you have a job here already, then Canada is very much in favor of you coming here. We had to do a test. We had to do schoolwork on this in geography. And see what immigration is like. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I guess I'm just done. I was waiting for more to spawn. Alright, so business reasons. If you have the easiest ways to get to Canada are, first of all, you need to be fluent in at least one of two languages: English, French, or one of three language groupings: English, French, or an Aboriginal language that is spoken in Canada, but they don't pay nearly as much attention to that. I'm pretty sure if, like, most Aboriginal people, like, if you have, like, the land, like, the borders were not the same back then, and they were vague concepts instead of being strict lines with guards. Second is like existing family. If you have existing family here, a spouse or a relative that with whom you plan to live, that gives you a big boost. Let's see, if you have like Aboriginal, like Native American. Also, I'm pretty sure if you're native, if you have like native heritage that can be claimed to Canada. I don't know like what the laws are there, because generally native people get benefits to some degree, and I'm pretty sure that like if you have native status in Canada, you can just kind of come back whenever you want, or if one of your parents does. If you have an immediate parent, or like if your parents were born in Canada, then you have inherit citizenship. And people and yeah, it would be bullshit if they didn't. But let's see, spouse and work. If you can say I work here, like I'm being transferred, or I have a job lined up, or I have a business starting up. Like if you have work here as soon as you're here and can immediately contribute to the economy, that's also good. I think like knowledge of Canadian history helps, but I don't think anybody really cares. Also, education and wealth play a factor because they want rich people to come here. Because everybody knows that rich people stimulate an economy more than anybody else. Not workers. However, there is one hidden factor that I haven't mentioned. You're all white, so people know if you just hung out, people probably wouldn't notice. Or they would just think that you're here on a visit and that you're from the States. They would, like, they can pick up on that, but, like, the cops would just be like, how long are you here for? And you could just be like, another couple days. And, yeah, here on a really long visit until the Supreme Court expands. And I'm sorry, I legally can't marry that many of you. I can only marry one person. I'm sorry. And also, my house is not very big. Yeah. I just picture that on like a Skyrim loading screen. Canada isn't Utah. A good chunk, like 95%. You can hide out really easily here. We got so much lakes and dirt. I just came up with a number. That's not like science. Yeah. It's not... Like, when people complain, like, about overpopulation, I always think, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where's I don't know where McHenry County is. But, good to know. But, like, when people complain about overpopulation, you can just look at the... Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, like, that's a place in Ontario and I got scared. But that's also not good. But it doesn't spread as quickly as COVID. And its symptoms are pretty easily noticeable. And since it seems to spread through skin-to-skin contact, that's much easier to contain. But it's still spreading somehow. But then, so like, sorry, back to the topic. Every time people say, man, the world's overpopulated, I'm like, first of all, no. Second of all, who? Third, look at Canada. That place that is the second largest country in the world in terms of like space. 34 million people live there. 34 million. Or 35 million. Let's see, current population of Canada. I would be surprised if Jester was still in school. I don't know. Current population of Canada. Oh, it's 38 million according to 2 years ago. Oh, okay. Still, I've not stayed up to date on the numbers at all. 38 million. That's not very much considering the third largest country has 350 and is also known for lots of empty land. Most of Canada, like the people in Canada, are in like 4 cities. Or whatever. Oh, okay. Jester is 30, right? He turned 30 like last week. Gonna learn so much about people on the internet. Who smokes a lot of pot. Be very funny if Graham went over to your apartment just to smoke weed with your roommate that you knew for like 2 days. This might be a stupid question, but how come no president ever seems to have actually been poor? I know the answer. We all know the answer. But it's just stupid. I love caste systems. It's my favorite. I love living in a modern feudal system. From secondhand stories, the instant that the roommate moved in, they like started smoking weed like immediately, like every day. And Ace has asthma, so didn't go well. And did not ask, yo, can I smoke inside? Like, even if it's legal, even if you're like, oh, it's not, doesn't have carcinogens or whatever, but like, it's still smoke. It still smells.
Scum. Die. Scum. Don't feel the pain.
Also, like, smoke just, like, cool. Like, what if the fire alarms are sensitive? What if, like, what if the what do you call it? The landlord doesn't like it. Even if it's legal, that doesn't mean the landlord won't treat you like shit for doing something they don't like. Landlords will just throw you out if they can come up with any excuse. If they say they suspect you of dealing drugs or whatever. Landlords suck. I forget that there are companies that own buildings. Like the business of owning land. Like, that's not a business. You're not doing anything. You're good. The good you're offering is a place to live, but you didn't build it or maintain it, did you? Like, man, I hate this shit. This company shit. I don't like the livelihood of people being like an opportunity for profit.
Now track. Let's have some fun.
I love this video game. Yeah, like they're all gonna be tired. Like, you think that this like 21-year-old who really just wanted a job and has been made a building manager is going to know what to do to manage a building of like, what, 600 people? You know what people that age are supposed to do? A, go to school, B, whatever they want. But mostly, like, the job expectations, like, if you ever read a book from like the 50s or whatever, they're expected to like babysit or just work at a store a couple hours a week or whatever. Building manager? They haven't even owned a house. And you want them to manage like dozens of apartments? They're barely old enough to have rented an apartment. The building? Or, like, the company? I would assume so. Man, like... Oh boy. I remember my mother, like, saying when she worked at a motel, like, oh yeah, they make us lie to people, like we're not allowed to tell people if there are bed bugs. Like no matter what. Like, oh, how's the do we get a balcony? Sure, you don't have a balcony. Okay.
This bed counts as
Throw that leg up, Vergil. Do it.
now you get lost.
They just say what they know seems plausible and would be good if it were true. Right? Is that the deal? That's usually what the deal is. Oh yeah, central air. There's no central air. And the shower. Fully functioning shower. Shower doesn't work for shit. I'm just trying to think of things that can suck about apartments.
Down you go. Skull. Your nightmare begins. Taking my time. You shall die.
Like, if they said all of our appliances are from, like, the 60s and they still work, or the 70s and they still work, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Good appliances. And then you look and it says 1998 and you're like, oh, no, this thing's gonna break. Oh, I want to show this off. Look, I got a no damage thing on Vergil. I probably won't get that again anytime soon. Took several attempts. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Oh, God. So, you are filled with urges of violence, I'm assuming. Man, you ever see like those things like, man, why are millennials so angry? Why are they so tired? And it's like, Their lives aren't good. For clear reasons.
Unless you want to die.
I picked the wrong mission. Of course, it could have started a fire. Man, like, fences are important. A dog could just run over there or get stabbed. A cat could get stuck. A bike could get stuck. Like, anything can happen
Looks like I overslept.
if you just let shit happen. I had a dog that I also didn't know how to train. In my defense, I was a teenager, but and I didn't bought the dog. But well, frankly, I don't think anybody bought the dog. We just got it. But oh yeah, your roommate / neighbor with the turtle. Like, I know many people's first impulse when they move out is like, get the pet you weren't allowed to have. But generally, people weren't allowed those pets for good reasons. My brother had a pig for a little bit. Yeah, my aunt had a pig living with her for a while too, and it was, of course, during 2020. So I was things were pretty tense when I spoke to her. I managed to control myself though. Just had goats inside? Damn. Just goats. You can't just see things on Friends and claim that they happen to you. I just mean like letting a goat into the house. See, like letting an animal with hooves into the home. Just
I'm not a fan of
not
like my city's
not common. Like especially goats, like pigs, a bit more common. Oh yeah, it was a little pig that my brother had, not a fully grown pig. You can't keep a fully grown pig in an apartment. They're big. It might have been a tiny pig, yeah, like a little pig. I don't know. My brother was like fostering it basically for a couple months. Yeah, like a teacup pig. Did you guys ever know anybody when you were kids that you're like, that you think about when you're older and you're like, were they like a psychopath, or was that just them being a child and having an underdeveloped sense of empathy? That's really funny. Have you seen that image where it's just someone feeding like a very big square pig, being like with the text, "I feed my son, he is becoming powerful." Because I had this one friend who had like a guinea pig that he would put in an empty laundry basket and then slide it around, and I would yell at him and be like, "Stop it, you're hurting him." And he's like, "No, he likes it, he's making fun sounds." I'm like, "He's in pain." But I was 6 and he was 5. We didn't have much concept, but it didn't feel good watching him do that. And he also would like take goldfish out of the bowl to pet them. Like his mother was like, I don't know why his fish keep dying. And then I asked him and I was like, "Why do your fish keep dying?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know." I was like, "Do you do anything with them?" And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, "Do you like take them out of the water or something?" He's like, "Yeah, I take them out and pet them."
Well, that's gonna collapse.
I was like, "You can't take fish out and pet them." Lots of people just don't understand that, like, oh yeah, kids have to be taught everything. Everything. Like they are born knowing so little. Yeah. Like I remember, like, it's like, okay, you see a cat, you be nice to the cat. You don't pull on any part of the cat. Be very gentle with cats. Just be nice to cats. Don't try to force them to like you. And like with dogs, you can generally trust them or be a bit more forward with them, but don't be careful around strange dogs. Don't try to pet a strange dog unless the owner tells you it's okay. And all that sort of stuff, right? I thought people just were told that.
Look like you just had your ass handed to you.
You know what I've seen multiple times on like social connection apps, let's call them, instead of what they're supposed to be, which is a torture device for the socially awkward. Lots of people will say things like, me and my dog were a package deal. I'm like, do people try to make you get rid of your dog or what? Like, who's trying to, like, if people have actually done that, that's fucked up. But I'm not gonna ask you to leave your dog. What?
gonna let me through. Boy, wouldn't that be the day.
It's not like it's an ugly couch. It's a living, breathing thing that cares for them, and they care for it like they have a relationship. Like, my mother hated my stepdad's microwave, but they both kept their dogs. My mother got rid of her cat, had to get rid of our cat though, because of my stepdad's dog. And then that dog died, and then it's like, oh no, oops, we have my cat. We're getting my cat back. So we were without the cat for like a year and a half when we moved, and then his dog died, and then, yeah. And then he absolutely loved the cat. Like, the cat was like, he adored it. He adored him. And then we're like, you didn't want the cat. Gotcha. No idea what it is when people are like, oh, I don't like cats. I'm like, I can, like, my disagreements with Levi are comical. I don't actually hate him. It's a joke. It's fun. He does annoy me a lot, but that's because he's an animal. He's not, I know he's an animal. Yeah, it's a single cat. I think you'll be able to tolerate it. If not, we can throw you out of this house. There are more of us than you. Hostile takeover, right of conquest. Alright, we're letting this cutscene play out because it's iconic. Driven from the ancestral home. And it's just like you kicking your grandpa out of the fucking house. And the cat sitting there proudly. Man, you remember that thing where, like, that one guy tried to fire the library cat?
Garbage god go. What is Urizen after?
He's at the top of the Clipod.
And then it's like, then they like, the dude got ousted, and then people were like posting pictures of the library cat. We're like, if you aim at the king, you'd best not miss.
Even the almighty Mundus used it to become king of the underworld. Aviv told me everything.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely story and all, but as long as we know where to find him.
Whoa, you are the infamous Dante. I'm Nicoletta Goldstein. Sound familiar? My grandmother is Nell Goldstein. The gunsmith that made all your fancy weapons that you got strapped back there. Yeah, there she is.
You don't much look like her.
Yeah, I got my looks from my daddy. That's about all I got from him. but based on his research, I managed to cobble this. Consider it a gift in honor of us finally meeting. Meeting.
I love how Nico is the only one who reacts, confirming it does happen, but Trish just stands there like,
Sit this one out.
yep.
Oh,
He does this
get
sometimes.
Reed again? No thanks. I've got all the power I need. Right here. You don't understand. It's not what I mean.
Let him go, Dante. Time is a luxury that we can no longer afford. We must chase after him, post-haste.
What? Does that mean you're going too?
I have a duty to see this through.
Well, that's all you had to say, Mr. Poetry. I'm gonna go my way, and you guys can go yours. Let's just say that's the best for the cause.
Yeah, it's like Nero's like, that's my arm, and Dante's like, that's my brother, and V's like, that's my me. Alright, Max, good night. Sleep well. I was gonna stream earlier, but then Frisk started streaming, and I was like, wait, I should... That's my dumber half. And then I was like, oh, I shouldn't stream now. And then I was like... I was thinking of streaming God Hand and branding it as Devil May Cry's. So, a streamer... I liked it, or / Let's Player once described it as Okami is the, so like Beautiful Joe is the oldest brother who's like a little weird, but he's cool, so people like him, and then Okami is like the middle child who's very beautiful and gets very good grades. Everybody loves her. And then there's God Hand, the youngest brother that has been seen smoking crack and never truly seems dressed, and people always like keep track of their wallets around him. That's and I was gonna describe it as like Devil May Cry's younger, more fucked up cousin. I guess this is a good one to have here. Also slightly more homophobic cousin.
I'll take the load.
DMC Devil May Cry has no explicit homophobia in it, but you can just look at it and feel a little bit of it. Classic Devil May Cry doesn't have any real notable homophobia. In fact, people have complained that it's too gay, and I'm like, you're wrong. Anyway.
Go down and go up. Sure.
Sorry you can't handle men having fun. It has an extremely homophobic vibe. Also, the developers have said of DMC Devil May Cry have said homophobic stuff, so, but, you know. Like, he did goofy stuff in 3, but it also it involved things like playing a guitar, which is more heterosexual, I suppose. Like, it's an instrument. He gets the instrument after refusing to kiss a woman. Dante has had several opportunities to kiss women, and he never takes them. Never. God, I love it. Now, there are multiple interpretations. Yeah, guitars are for men. The heterosexual instrument. The most common interpretation being, since he doesn't feel human, he doesn't feel like he has a right to pursue human things. The other is he's got loads of trauma related to women and his mother, and he doesn't feel okay. And then there's just like, he feels that having children, being with a woman could lead to children, and having children is irresponsible, and he's not a big fan of the world as it is. And he had a duty thrust upon him from birth, and he doesn't want to bring other people into that duty. He doesn't, like, you can see in 5, he doesn't really want Nero to have to deal with any of this. But Nero is too much like him and tries to do it anyway. Yeah. Oh, a YouTuber I don't like who also happens to be a fan of Devil May Cry. He made a little video when DMC5 was the trailer came out, and it's very good, and it's basically just what's the charm of Devil May Cry versus DMC Devil May Cry, while also celebrating that 5 was coming out in like 2.5 minutes. It's a good video. Still don't like him personally. I think he's kind of a dick, but I think the video is good. I might post that, send that to you later. I don't want to post it into the main Discord because I don't like him. And I don't want to get, if someone there does happen to like him, I don't want to get involved in discourse about why I dislike him. In short, he seems like one of those, like, just shitty dudes who just gets, like, I don't get this thing a lot that tends to be associated with women, and I mock it mercilessly. That puts off an incredibly bad vibe. So I just don't like him. The thing is ASMR, and he's just like, oh, people do that shit, it's garbage, who likes it, it's non... And I'm like, man, you just seem like a shit person. It is one of the most harmless things out there. Like, what else are you gonna hate on? People who like books? People who go to libraries? The thing about it though is, like, you will also often see, like, super masculine dudes saying they like it. Like, I was in a sports Discord that my friend ran, and somebody like made fun of it, and this big dude was just like, "Hey man, don't be disrespecting shit like that. It's good, wholesome anxiety relief." I don't actually know if he was big, but he had a sports jersey as his profile picture, and his name was like an athlete's name or something. Sports fans are really weird because they will name themselves after an athlete online, and I'm like, that's literally a person. Like, that's a real person that you're naming yourself after. Why are you what are you doing? Why the hell are you identifying? So, oh yeah, so two things in YouTube things that I saw today. One, that VTuber who left her house because it was haunted, she had a roommate that also streams, and she's like, she just didn't leave the house, but she had another friend come over, and then her friend, that other streamer, she's of course another. They're all VTubers, but like, she's known for being the most blatantly horny on main. Yeah, that's the trend. There are sports fans who aren't like that. But yeah, she is like, one conversation she had with the only Japanese member who is actually from the United States was like, "How do you say this in English?" And she's like, "Horny." And she's like, "What? Horny?" And she's like, "Horny." And then she's like, and then she turns to the camera and shouts, "I'm horny," in heavily accented English. And that spread like wildfire, of course. And she is known for her porn collection and stuff like that. And she once was invited to do a collaborative ASMR stream, something she hadn't tried before. And then like her collaborative partner was like, "You are making noises that could get us banned." And she's like, "Really? Am I?" And she's like, "Yeah, and you're also being loud, like really loud with your sounds." And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I lost control." And most streamers will say, for English speakers or whatever, they will say "Kai Guy Nikki," which just means overseas bros. And then she says in English, "overseas sexy guys." Like, yeah. So when they streamed that, she was like, sorry, in like the streaming together after the night in the haunted house, she's like, "I heard that ghosts like don't like to hang around if you're doing horny stuff." And she's like, "I can't say I've heard that before." And she's like, "Yeah, so I warded them off." And she's like, you warded them off? And she's like, yeah. It's like, good to know. She's just like, I'm like, are you so yeah, that's what happened. She's just like, yeah, I'm like, are you admitting that you had me time? Is that like, I feel like that is taboo. I don't know if it's taboo or not because nobody talks about doing things like that.
Let's get Eric.
Yeah.
Crossroads.
And also, I'm like, I've literally never heard that rumor before, but also like, I'm from a different country, and also ghosts aren't, you know, real. But,
Let's get Eric.
no, I mean like the having me time in somebody else's home seems taboo to me. Seems like something that's gross to do. I thought that was taboo. I'm like, that's, you're not, I don't think you're supposed to do that. Unless she just meant, he's like, yeah, I've read Dojins. But it didn't sound like, I didn't think that's what she meant. Anyway, the other thing is that Super Eyepatch Wolf uploaded a video about influencer tutorials things, like the ones that give you the guide to to internet success, and he was being quite critical of them, fairly so, and also like all the like he talked about ninjas first, and ninjas wasn't even the worst. It was like in the middle. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. God, I hope the hosts wash their sheets. If that's what, like, or put out, like, a different bed and lock their own bedroom. Airbnb is weird anyway. The point of my home is not to rent it out to strangers for a weekend. That was a mistake. Like, not a... So, like, Ninja's tutorial thing wasn't anywhere near the worst, but, like, all of the tutorials suggest, like, recommended some terrible stuff, or like either incredibly vague advice or general advice that anybody could give, or like things that were just unethical, like saying like, oh yeah, buying views. I can't say I recommend it, but in some circumstances, or I would say consider it or whatever. And it's like, or they'd just be like, yeah, do it, buy views. And then, or they'd be like, so sometimes if you don't know what to do, what I like to do is look at what other content creators are doing and then see how I can do it and then try to follow it as closely as possible. Or they would just straight up use the word copy or steal. I'm like, bro, you're recommending stealing right now. Like, Like, not even, like, fun stealing, like art theft. Like, I know it's just what happens on YouTube, but, like, you're just, like, blatantly saying, oh yeah, no, just steal ideas. I get my best ideas from other people. It's like, not something I expected you to give as proud advice. Also, like, one of the Paul brothers, I think it was Jake, he seemed like either super incapable of, like, just not good at public speaking in front of a camera, which is his entire job. And, like, vastly unprepared. Like, it seemed like he just, like, wrote maybe 3 sentences for what the plan was for each thing, and then did not rehearse at all. And then just kind of went. And, like, there's this one part where, like, he just had other people doing some of the courses, and yeah,
Sorry,
like, take a drama class and actually talk in front of people. And then there's, like, take an acting class, take an improv class, do something where you learn how to speak performatively. Like, I'm not gonna, like, rag on athletes, for, like, not being good at public speaking, because their job is to play a sport that happens to be in the public. They shouldn't have to, like, expecting people to be good on camera when it's like, oh yeah, I'm a national athlete, I've competed Olympically 4 times, yeah. And then it's like, oh, but are you good at speaking in front of people? And it's like, no, I practice this sport 6 days a week and do drugs on day 7. That's my me time. And then, it's like they have put so little, like, they talk to, like, and some, like, usually it's about sports and stuff, but, which they often have opinions on, but they're also either very tired when that's happening, and they're often asked, like, right off the cuff, and they might not be thinking about that at all. Guess what? Different athletes think about completely different things. Like, they have different positions and stuff, so they might not be focused on any of what that is. But anyway, like, he had the section where it was like, talk about how to make a viral video, which you can't guarantee for the most part, by the way, like, at all. Nobody, and also they say literally anybody can do it. And they ask a guy how he made a viral video, and he's like, okay, first I painted my mansion. I spray painted my mansion. Step 1. That was step 1. Spray paint your own mansion. Neither of these guys was either of the Paul brothers, by the way. They were just guys that they know. And then he's like, second, Logan Paul saw my mansion and asked to do his mansion like that. Third, Jake Paul saw me doing that and also asked me to do his mansion. It's like, okay. That's step 3, alright? Yeah. And then it's like, step 4, I bought a dunk tank and held the balls to knock me down into the dunk tank hostage until Jake Paul put me on the internet or like live streamed it or whatever and got me to 50,000 followers. And I'm like the most accessible part of this is the dunk tank, and dunk tanks still cost hundreds of dollars. Like, you can't just, like, okay, so Jake Paul and Logan Paul have already had their houses painted by you. I can't repeat that. Am I supposed to paint a mansion that I own near someone else, near another famous YouTuber, and hope that they want that I do it well? And like, there are so many. And then the most respected one, apparently, he also recommended things like buying views and stealing ideas. And he also just kind of glossed over the fact that he had millions of dollars when he started his YouTube channel and worked in real estate. Like, he'd made millions of dollars off of doing real estate, and then just did YouTube, and then was like, yeah, I'm a successful YouTuber. I'm like, dude, you're not like a YouTuber like in origin. And he also brought up the what is it? The swimmer's body, not dilemma, but not clause, the misconception or whatever. Like, oh, what's it called? I'm trying to think of a specific word for when something that is mistaken for truth, but or something. Ah, goddamn. But like, no, these guys are not famous because are not famous YouTubers because they used YouTube or anything specific they did. It's that they had illusion, maybe, like that, like an illusion, but like specifically for like perception of like how that's like fallacies, the swimmer's body fallacy or whatever, where it's like, no, they are not like they are not swimmers. They don't look like that because they're swimmers. They're swimmers because they look like that. They are not famous because they are YouTubers. They are YouTubers because they are famous, or they had circumstances that, or they're not rich because they're YouTubers. They're YouTubers because they're rich. Like, it's not a level playing field. And then he went through the numbers. The numbers hit very hard. And then he said something that kind of lifted my spirits like a little bit. When he said, guess what? If you have 6 viewers on Twitch, it doesn't feel like much. But if you have 6 viewers on Twitch, you are in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. And I'm like, goddamn. Doing better than I thought. Most people streaming on Twitch don't have any viewers because there are too many people streaming on Twitch. And he also pointed out the circumstances of how Ninja's success is not in any way something that people can just recreate, because apparently Ninja has been like prodigiously good at video games since he was a child. And, you know, you can't just do that. And, then, and the example that he gave was that apparently he was, his name, of course, Tyler Blevins. The last name Blevins sounds like it's made up by someone trying to make up an English name. But Tyler Blevins, apparently, he was so good at video games as a child that his older brothers would refuse to play with him. Because he was that good. So then, like, when he got famous from doing Fortnite, he had been a competitive Halo player and streamer for years already. So it's not like, oh, he just happened to play Fortnite. He was already a professional player. Like, if they made up a new type of basketball in the late 90s, and then it's like, oh yeah, then Shaquille O'Neal got into it. It's like, yeah, that's not fair. Nobody is going to be 7.5 feet tall. Like, very few people is just like, oh, I'm 7.5 feet tall and I've been playing basketball since I was 6 years old, so I think I'll try out for it. Like, that's not a recreatable circumstance. Step 1, be naturally gifted. Step 2, be at the right place at the right time. Like, he just happened to be extremely good at video games, and then he played Fortnite right at the time Fortnite copied PUBG and took the formula for Battle Royale. He was streaming it around that time and got good and got big. Also, he's just like kind of an idiot. Like, not even like a bad person, just not very smart. Like, that time he said, why don't pro athletes make every shot? And then someone was like, or like, why don't they just score a goal all the time? And then someone was like, why don't you get every single kill possible? And he's like, well, Fortnite is very different. It's a very complex thing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That is literally the exact, like, he's so annoying. It's like, oh, what? There's a set of circumstances. It's not circumstances. Oh, there are only so many positions you can be in. And it's like, yeah, same in Fortnite. But here's the thing: is that the variants are like in the millions. Like, you don't know. There are so many moving parts, and each little moving part is part of an entire person. And then there are conditions like the ground and the wind and everybody's mental state. Like, God, he's dumb. Why don't you just never lose? And it's like, well, everybody else I'm also playing against is also a professional athlete who has been playing this, like professional athletes that are viewed as mediocre are usually like 10% worse than the best players or something. Yeah. Like, taking a breath in at the wrong time can just ruin anything. Like, and you know, and you are playing with millions of people watching you. Like, yeah, you have thousands of people watching you, Ninja. Guess what? Every single athlete has millions of people watching them at once. All of them. Now, if he were asking that for golf, it might be a little bit closer, but also golf is hard. Like, golf is really hard, and every course is different. And there's wind factors, like, you don't know what the wind is like in the air over there across the entire golf thing, even though golf is pointless and stupid. It's not easy. Like, yeah, you are just hitting a ball, but getting it to the right place, like a mile away, not easy. Also, all the advice they, like, advice included things like hop on trends all the time. Do only what is popular. And I'm like, that's soul crushing. That's awful. Yeah. Yeah. And then, like, he threw out, Eye Patch Wolf threw out a challenge, and he was like, alright, anybody who's made one of these, show me the analytics for your course. And if you can prove that over 50% of the people who took your course ended up with hundreds of thousands of or 100,000 subscribers or became successful, then I'll delete this video. Because the most respected one, the guy who apparently who had gotten the positive review, the most positive reviews, apparently only one of the 16 people who reviewed him positively is still doing well. Also, like, that course came out in 2018, before the pandemic. And he recommends keeping videos short. And I'm like, everybody has become so used to just sitting around for so long. That's not the case anymore. People are totally fine with long videos nowadays. Like, man, what if there was a massive thing that changed the global landscape forever? Just the way people use the internet. Like the entire planet. Oops. Like, what if there was some sort of thing that got everybody in the habit of staying home all the time? It's like, oh yeah, you want to watch my 10 hour video series on Cyberpunk? I did. You want to watch me talk for 6 hours about Dark Souls? I did. You want to watch me talk about this vampire show you have never paid attention to for like 2 hours? I watched most of it. You want to hear me dunk on right-wing assholes for hours? I've watched many of those. Guess what? Video essays have become popular, not just because of COVID, but because they're good. Alrighty. I got bad news for you, lady. You're gonna get hurt. Not that lady, just this lady. Yeah. Guess what? The video that got me to play Devil May Cry is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. It's a movie. Man, what if people just sat around watching animated girls talk about random stuff for hours? What if there was, like, and when they talk about YouTube stuff, like, what if there were podcasts that people listen to on YouTube? Wild, right? Like, people love watching and listening to stuff. It's just something they do.
Don't want to give up the ghost, do you? Take your time. Let's get her.
Also, like, saying just do what works. It's like, what works for other people won't necessarily work for you. And what works for you right now won't necessarily work for you in a year. Things change. And Super Eye Patch Wolf said, if I were to give you advice on how to get 1 million subscribers, which I have gotten, he says, then the best advice I could give you is make videos about telling people to watch shonen anime. And then make weird videos about wrestling and video games. He's like, that's not good advice.
You can come out now.
And oh yeah, and he's like, also do that in 2015. Like, success is largely lightning in a bottle. And then it's like, oh, success is luck meets preparedness. And I'm like, yeah, but that also means that someone has to have the privilege of preparedness. Like, preparedness means that you have to you have the free time and the money, which means you have the money, the security to be able to invest that time into something, the energy and the resources. Like, it's not just there waiting for you for free. But they'll talk about it as though it's just something anybody and everybody can do it. It's just not true. Like, anybody can try, but not everybody can succeed. And then I posted a comment about my dad saying anybody can become a millionaire. And then I said he's wrong. Or people have no excuse not to become millionaires. And then people liked it. So, that's scary. Don't say things on the internet. People might talk to you. People have responded to it. It's terrifying. $104 people have liked that comment. Oh dear. Yeah, and like, not everywhere will have that equipment. Yeah.
Never would have guessed you'd come back. Damn if
Man, don't worry, I know the word you're saying. Do you know what the most liked comment I've ever gotten was? Said a girl's hair looked pretty once on an ASMR video, and people were like, yeah. Over 1,000 people liked it. I was like, damn. All I had to do. Everybody's like, girls are, yeah, brother, I love women.
can't wait for the rematch.
Before that, like, so like, I said that. I wrote like an essay on why Nero is a good character, and to this day, like, maybe 18 people have liked it. Damn, cool. And I spent like weeks thinking about that, and I was like, damn, this girl's hair is beautiful. Basically, that's not those weren't my exact my words at all, but like that was the gist of it. This girl looks nice. 1,000 people, hell yeah, her hair is so nice. And I'm like, dude, I worked on something for weeks. And those were just comments, not even videos or anything.
That doesn't sound good.
Also, if you're wondering, my most viewed video on YouTube is because it is a core emotion. It's true. But Video Game Boy Good is also one of my core emotions. But like, hold on, what was my most viewed video is from when I said this bloodstained game doesn't run for shit on my laptop, and I'm disappointed, and left a negative review on stream, and then and posted a link to a video on my channel of it performing poorly on my laptop, and then I got hate comments and people telling me to take my own life, and yeah. Cats are... I think that a good amount of owning cats is just not knowing where they are. Dogs you can find pretty quickly. Cats, sometimes you'll just like, where is that guy? Also, yeah, it was maybe like... I got like 300-ish views and like a few dozen comments. Let me tell you, dozens of people calling you stupid on the internet or telling you to kill yourself doesn't feel very good. I'll say, not a good feeling. Didn't care for it. even some of the people who told me I was stupid and couldn't read didn't read the things I said properly. And then I couldn't go back, and I knew that digging in and trying to fight back was never going to get me anywhere. Like, I wanted to fight back, but I knew that this was never going to, like, you can't fight off an angry mob because you'll just make them angrier. You either have to get a bigger mob or you have to back down and get the angry mob to calm down. In conclusion, Bloodstained ran at 2 frames per second on my laptop, and they said it ran on Potato, and I was like, it's not running on Potato. And then people were like, well, you're stupid and should die. I'm like, okay, we've all made our points here. I got it to run on my desktop, so I'm happy with that. Please stop telling me to kill myself. And then one guy, the one guy who told me to kill myself on YouTube, I pinned the comment and left a heart on it. So, and then he deleted the comment a while later. That part was hurtful, very much. But I saw Stephanie Sterling do something like that once, similar, and I was like, I'll try that. I was like, I think that works very well. I'll try it. Pinning hate comments and leaving hearts is so funny. I think everybody should do it because, it's just, you are being openly hateful on the internet, and they're just letting everybody, and they aren't criticizing you. They're just opening you up.
Not a bad line. You're the same way.
Bloodstained is good though.
Stand a chance. Or something.
Bring it on! This is great!
Not the worst place to die. That's not an option.
Did you have agendas in school? Like in elementary school? Did you do those? Did you have those? Because we had those. I hated them. They were the worst thing. They were incredibly tedious. And since, like, in elementary school I just did my homework, okay, so we had these little bound plastic things with paper in them. And then we had to write what we had for homework that day. And then we had like little spelling test things in there as well. They were just little school helping planners. And then we'd have to take them home. And every day, if we had homework, we'd have to get our parents to sign it. Or at the end of the, I can't remember if it was every day or every week. And then we would have to take it in and show the teacher if we didn't have our homework or whatever. Or something like that. Just, like, try to keep organized and plan every day and keep your parents informed. But, like, I was 9 or what, like I was a child and trying to get children to maintain a daily agenda. Like I did the bare minimum because it was stupid and I just did the homework. Oh, we did that all the way up until the 6th grade. Like through the 6th grade and then stopped in the 7th. I hated it. It was awful. Like, I just did the homework and then I would, like, have it signed anyway. And it's like, had to have it checked. I'm like, I did the homework. As long as I'm doing the homework, what does it matter? Like, keeping it written down so you remember to do it later, but it's also what you bring home. Like, you bring the homework home with you. The rest stays in your desk when you're a kid. Or when you're older, it goes in your locker. Yeah. I think I might have gotten in trouble for that by a substitute teacher once, because I think we had a teacher that didn't really care. They were like, where's your agenda or whatever. And I was like, I don't know. Or like, why isn't it signed? I'm like, I don't know. And it's like, did you do the homework? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, show it to me. And I was like, here. And then they're like, okay. Man, I hated it as a kid when, like, teachers would just, or principals or whatever, would just approach you like you were a fucking criminal over schoolwork. Like, please understand, this doesn't matter. Like, there are cool teachers who'll tell you, like, either, like, oh, school isn't that big a deal or whatever. Like, you'll grow up and this won't matter to you. But then other teachers will, like, fucking stand over you and stare at you and be like, why don't you have your assignment? And you're like, I don't know. I'm 11. Like, I'm not a mastermind or anything. It's like I forgot something, or I like just didn't get it done on time. It's like, well, where's your parents' written notice for you or whatever? Like, my parents are busy, dude. And I am a child. I wasn't paying attention. I did it wrong. It's like, oh man, why do all these children have anxiety about school? It's like, because it's the most stress they've ever had to deal with, and the teachers don't treat them very well. Like, a lot of teachers are just consistently mean. That's, yeah. I had a similar thing, yeah. It sucks, man. Like, I had a math test, like, the day after my dog died. And I was just, like, not ready. Like, it's a school test. It doesn't matter. It can be a day late. You take like 4 days to grade them anyway. And if it is late, it doesn't fucking matter. Or they could do a makeup assignment or something. Or you could just not count that test for them. You have choices, but you chose to be a piece of shit. And just because, I guess. She's like, oh, I'm gonna do my job. It's like, your job is to make sure we don't murder each other and that we show up. That's your job.
Hey, we doing this or what?
Yeah, also, I wasn't aware that, like, how uncommon it is for, like, mourning to be an accepted practice in the States. Because, like, my uncles have died while I was in school, and I was, like, the first time I was so out of it, I didn't even know how long I was out of school for. And the second time I was just gone for 2 weeks, and they were like, why were you gone? And I was like, my uncle died. They were like, oh, I'm sorry. And then they didn't, like, question it. They're like, yeah, your whole life and brain goes to shit when something like that happens. So school isn't going to be an option for you. And then, like, it's like, oh, no, you gotta go to school. Fuck school. It's not important. Not to this.
Need to catch it fast.
Now, I should say that when my older uncle died, my mother's boss called the funeral home for evidence. And I was like, what is wrong with you? Like, do you not have, like, human decency or empathy or any of those? Or... They also, like, illegally made her overwork anyway, so... But they owned the place we lived, so we didn't have much ground to stand on. That's the thing they always love to trot out. It's like, oh, you can always sue. And it's like, you need money to sue. And you need legal, like, still need all the things you need normally. It's not like suing someone immediately just gives you all the money you need. It's not a get out of any situation free card. And it can take over a year, during which you have to pay legal fees and everything else in your life. Yeah. And most of those court cases, it's like, the ones that work out, it's like, oh, you either have to get a settlement because they know you can't, like, it would look bad if it went to court, or they know, and they're also partly taking advantage of the fact you can't carry out a long lawsuit anyway. And it's just like, also don't publicly admit that there was any wrongdoing on our part. Make sure we look good. Even if our amusement park did kill your whole family. It's really just hush money, but like... But like, legally permissible because lawyers are there, I guess? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like many choices in life, it's like, well, it's like, what's the way to resolve this? Oh, through the legal system. So like the police will come and get them? No, you have to sue. That costs money. It's like, oh, some lawyers will do stuff pro bono. Some lawyers will do stuff pro bono sometimes. You are guaranteed a legal defense in a criminal case, not a civil case. Or like you're guaranteed legal representation in a civil or in a criminal case, not a civil case. Sorry, not defense. But also, public defenders are massively overworked anyway. They're overworked and underfunded. Because you don't get paid very much. And it's a lot of work.
Making it easy for me, huh?
Man, I just remember this, like, I say that, I remember when John Tron said that would imply that our legal system is somehow racist. I'm like, do you think the legal system is fair, dude? Have you watched TV before? Like, either the news or any of those legal dramas? Oh yeah, here we go. Dear God. Okay, I can do it. So, someone on a Let's Play channel made a bet that they bet someone that they could not max act on the mid-air taunt, aka when you fill all 3 gauges at once. They made that bet. Then, like, he was like, if you make it, I'm gonna be so pissed. And then or something like that, or there's no way you're gonna do that, or whatever. And as he was saying that, he got it, and he was like, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. He is so wrong about, well, saying, he says shit and then is wrong so frequently that people have said he has a stand, and that the power is, and its power is that he can just say shit, and then the universe will change it so that he is wrong. He's wrong that frequent, like... Also, like, his most popular clip that's gone around recently is like 4 times 0 is 1, 2 times 1 is 1, or something like that. Like, doing the worst math I've seen, and I'm like, dude, are you okay, man? Did you hit your head? That's very funny. Yeah, okay, so that clip did go around. It was like a bald guy with red hair sitting on a couch like an egg. Looking like an egg. Because that's him. If I were to send you a clip of his, it would be him and his girlfriend arguing. Yes, 4 times nothing is itself. Okay. Thank you. No, 4 times 1 is itself, Pat. Jesus Christ. Yeah, just like a series of incorrect math statements that I learned how to do in the 4th grade. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Let's go for it again. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Alright, one more. That's the thing about Legendary Dark Knight mode, is that you just kind of get Devil Trigger for being in the room. But there's just a clip of him interacting with his girlfriend for like 12 minutes, and both of them being incredibly weird. And then there's another one where like he accidentally, like, she has a McDonald's bag on her head for International Women's Day, and he starts like begging him to go and get her more headache medicine, and he's like, why can't you get more headache medicine? And he's like, I'm scared. And she's like, what are you scared of the pharmacy for? She's like, they'll think I'm an American. And he's like, what? She's like, what? You can't get deported. You're here illegally. And she's like, I know, but I don't want to go. And she's like, and I'll have to speak French, and French is hard. And she's like, he's like, j'ai besoin de headache là. And he's like, I need a headache. And he's like, j'ai besoin de headache là, or whatever. And he's like, okay, but like, I don't want to go. There's also the time he spent too much on microtransaction currency and justified it also by doing terrible math and saying that basically it pays for itself, which is not how microtransaction currency works. And then someone tweeted at her during the stream to tell her that, like, hey, your boyfriend is like spending a lot of money on stream on like costumes and shit. And she like calls him on the phone during the stream, and she's like, Pat, what are you doing, Pat? And then as the argument goes on, and she says things like, what about the baby? The baby, of course, referring to their cat. Not an actual human baby, a kitty cat. He is disabled. His name is Elmo. He's a very pretty cat. And then, eventually, it gets to the point, and he's like, he's part Maine Coon, so he's huge, and he has like, he has wobbly cat syndrome or something like that, so he like has a lot of trouble like doing stuff, so he's a very big, very clumsy cat. He's very sweet. I said very many times, but that's okay. Let's see, but yeah, then during the stream, because people were entertained by the chaos of having to have your girlfriend called on you because of your irresponsible spending, people started donating, and then for spending like $100 or $200 or something, people sent him like $500. And they're like, and he was like crying on the phone, like, don't encourage him. This is terrible. Don't do it. And then somebody sent like another $50. Positive reinforcement of bad behavior. And it was, God, I love, like, that. On the one hand, the internet and in-game monetization has become terrible, but on the other hand, shit like that is priceless. Oh no, wait, it was, he spent $100 or like $200, it was either $200 on $400 worth of in-game stuff or $100 on $200 worth of in-game stuff, because there was like a 50% off deal. And it's like, this was for a free game. He didn't have to pay at all. And all that stuff could have been unlocked in-game over time, but he's like, oh, there's a big sale. It's basically like losing money if you don't pay money. That's what it was. It wasn't it pay. He said you're losing money if you don't pay money, and then people paid him because of it was hilarious. And then he was like, see, it paid for itself. And he's like, no, don't fucking pay him for this. It's so funny. It's like, no, please. Why? Don't pay him just because he makes... Don't pay him for making horrible financial decisions. In conclusion, after you're famous, just have addictions on camera.
Let's get airport. Not gonna lie.
People will pay you. That's the lesson.
Right now.
And also something that's talked about every once in a while, but God, does it need to be talked about more? Most people who are famous on the internet are so poorly prepared for that fame and all the responsibility it entails. Like, fame does come with responsibility, and nearly, like, or at least maybe it feels like so many of them are just not in any way prepared for it. Like, oh, there was like those there, like they either just by being irresponsible or unethical or abusive or and like taking advantage of people and stuff. Like there were those people who started a gambling website. Those two YouTubers who started a gambling website and then had them open like gamble on it, and then made videos of themselves gambling on it, and then posted those videos without disclosing that they owned the website and controlled their own numbers and just made themselves win, which is illegal in multiple ways. And then they like made apology videos, and one of them had like his dog in it. Indeed, quite evil. God, I love video games. And that's not even getting into the people whose whole things on the internet is just being shitty to others. People whose whole thing is just like, let's find children on the internet and make fun of them. Or like, it's just her, like, just mock random people on the internet. Like, haha, look at this child with autism, and you're like, cool. I think maybe you should go to prison. In conclusion, I don't like most, like, the reason I stay in my little YouTube corner is because I've seen what other people on YouTube are like, and what people are like in general, and they just keep giving me reasons to not venture outside of it. They do so little. And then it's like, oh, I used 5 seconds of footage from this Ghibli movie. And they're like, excuse me, criminal. Your video's dead. How dare you? And it's like, it's for a review, that's... And the video is like 1/10 the length of the movie. And the movie's been out for 30 years. And they're like, nope, sorry, got copyright claim. It's like, but it's not violating their copyright. It's a review. It's a review of specifically one character's... I'm talking about a specific video, yes. But, I know you didn't ask, but just in case. But, there's someone just talking about, Princess Mononoke and saying, Lady Eboshi is wrong. just talking about like, oh yeah, people seem to think that both characters or both sides are equally right, but like, no, the point is not that both sides are equally right. The point is both sides are equally human. Both sides have lives with value. The point is not that they're both equally right. The point is that they both are equally worth living, but only one side is dangerous. Only one side is hostile. The other side is defending its home, and one side is predatory. The point is never they're both entirely justified in what they're doing. And then Ashitaka picks a side. And he doesn't side with Lady Eboshi. He tries to keep her people alive, but he doesn't agree because she's wrong.
Come on, come on. Make it easier for me.
On the one hand, we are harming the forest and its creatures. On the other hand, the economy. That's basically her point. And then, like, some people like, and they're both equally right. Both sides are equal. I'm like, no! They're not equally right. There are, like, it's fertile land. They could just farm. Also, yeah, music copyright is the worst. Music and film are both, like, horribly, like, just hostile about everything. On the other hand, I've seen people upload entire seasons of TV shows. Or just live stream entire television series. They're just like, here's all of Family Guy. I'm like, why wouldn't you do this with a good show? Yeah, it's okay. Please die, please die, please die, damn it.
Useless pests. They must be ready to die. Fine by me. Let's give them what they
I hate it so much. I also hate, like, seeing, like, Ellen on YouTube and all the late night hosts, and I'm like, you guys aren't supposed to be here. Go back on the TV. Now, I don't mind the John Oliver, like, the last week tonight, because it's just, like, 40% of his episodes, or 60, like, it's an entire thing, and he's not, like, he's creating, like, 10 to 35-minute things, just talking about issues in the United States or globally, and I'm like, no, that's valid. And, like, it's not just, like, talk show trash. It's, like, informative and entertaining. And, like, not him just trying to... like, it's them doing it because they want to do it, not because they are trying to trying to expand their audience expand their viewership. Like, it doesn't feel nearly as cynical and corporate. It's not cut into little trendy clips to try to get the young people to watch. It's 5 a.m. You know what that means. I'm gonna go and try and fight Urizen. I am really tired of it. It's exhausting.
Dante.
Like, the primary reason I have not downloaded TikTok is just because it seems annoying. And, like, at first some people were like, well, it's a Chinese app and it's... and it's like the government can spy on you, and then people are like, well, that's just xenophobia. Governments spy on you all the time, dude. You're on a phone. And I'm like, yeah. And then I kept looking and I was like, this is annoying. I'm not gonna go here. Also, just like video, like a lot of sites or things that focus on short clips or whatever, whenever that's prioritized, it just incentivizes people to steal content. Like anything that aims at a trend, people just start stealing shit.
Hold on, Dante.
Like, not ideas, but like just straight up ripping things off videos, not crediting people at all, and then just continuing to do it as a business practice. One guy I'm subscribed to is just like on YouTube and follow on Twitch and all that. He's just like, yeah, yeah, but like the algorithm is good, but that's also dangerous. But he's like, yeah, so some of our clips have been taken, some clips of our streams have been taken and posted on TikTok, and they get millions. And then they get millions of views, and then we don't see those views. It's like, like, do you think this is the way to go? Do you, like, this is how you want to be successful? Just like, you know, taking things from others? This is who you want to be? Like, there's no nobility in stealing art. You're just, like, trying to gain from other people's work and passion. Hold on, how much does it cost to just buy? That is 1.6 million. That's a lot. How did I get that many red orbs before, man?
I've got some cleaning up to do.
Also, God, that Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro thing, like, I pray to God that that is real, because it's one, or like, shot, screen cap. I pray to the Lord in heaven, the Lord above, that that's real, because it's one of the funniest screen caps I've ever seen. Like, women are never enthusiastic to have sex with me is just fun. So, I know that women don't like sex because they don't like having sex with me. It is real to me, damn it. I don't care what happens. I'm going, like, I'll make it I will make it real. Every woman I've ever dated has said they don't want to have sex with me. So how could they possibly get pleasure out? It's just so fucking funny. Oh man, I never like, they're awful people and I hope for their failure and downfall, but if they keep just saying shit like, oh yeah man, my wife hates sex, she never has sex with me anyway, and that's just like, Ben Shapiro already did the WAP thing, and now Jordan Peterson is in it too. In on it too, and I'm like, I would have, if you, like, you guys might be, like, the world's best, like, comedy duo. Or this is all real and you're terrible losers. But if it's comedy, I respect that. Like, it doesn't, it's like, oh, men need to enjoy it. It's like, so what, you're just saying that the biological goal is rape? Is that what you... it's like, no, it's not. It's not reliable. Like, imagine a bike where one of the wheels just didn't turn. It's not how bikes work. They don't work if you do it that way. It's designed, like, they know that it's designed, like, it's been studied in so many animals, and you're just like, I don't think it's real. women aren't into me. They're like, well, it's good for me, so. And yeah. It's like, and you're just gonna. Okay, I guess you are just gonna be okay with that. It's like, well, they like me, and it's like, well, I'm sorry for them. But, oh, it's raining today. Oh wow, my cousins and my aunt, and my uncle, they have all had their internet out since May. Yeah, countries have their shit together. Malo said he just got his water back recently, and I'm like, man, how are people just out of basic utilities for weeks? In, like, major cities. In wealthy countries. How horribly fucked are we gonna be in 5 years? In the summer, not the winter when it's gonna be hard to get trucks to travel and do repairs. Like, it's in the summer where everything's accessible and visible. During the winter, it's gonna be dark so early. Like, the working days are gonna be shorter, and they're gonna have gloves. It's gonna take longer. Like, or they're gonna have to take their gloves off, which means they can only do stuff in like short spurts. They have to take breaks from work to keep warm. Like, sure, they have to take breaks to keep cool, but it's easier to cool down most of the time. And like, if you have the resources to, like, you can just jump in the lake or whatever. We are so not ready for all the environmental shit that's coming. Oh man, did you hear about there being a Yu Yu Hakusho live action thing? It's gonna be bad. I don't want it. I want them, in fact, to stop making those. Like, every time they do one, people say, it wasn't as bad as I expected, or yeah, it was fucking awful. And then people go back to the anime and the manga. Yeah, most things, like, I know I've gone on at length about it, but like, One Piece is literally inspired by Tom and Jerry cartoons. It is a comic book drawn to be cartoony. Well, the thing is that it consistently gets viewership. People either hate watch it or genuinely want to see if the thing they care about will end up being good and they want to consume it. I don't know, like, it's a different one, right? Like a new continuity with the Stranger Things people. Why the hell are they doing this? Also, what the hell does Death Note have in common with Stranger Things other than sort of loosely supernatural horror? Like, it's not really horror. It's closer to crime thriller. Yeah, so they're just like rebooting a thing they made, what, 4 years ago? And it's been said before, but it's really not so much like horror as much as it is intellectual combat. Just like deception and gambits and all that. But, like, they're not people. They're not, like, made to look like people. Like, when they showed the dude for L, I was like, he looks wrong. Not because of his skin color, but he just looks like a regular human being. He needs to look like a weird freak. He can't just be some attractive guy. Like, if they cast, like, a young, what do you call it? A young, Steve Buscemi as L, I would have been like, oh, hell yeah. Like, they cast Willem Dafoe, and I'm like, good. They cast that dude as L, and I'm like, he looks too normal. He needs to look bizarre and unhinged, like he doesn't sleep. He needs to dress like he has some sort of undiagnosed condition that's definitely not autism. He needs to sit weird. He needs to eat nothing but sweets all the time. He's so weird. He's such a freak. And they're like, we're gonna make him a conventionally attractive man. And I'm like, okay, it's fine if he's attractive, but he's gotta be weird. He's gotta be strange. Like, L is the appealing villain protagonist, and Light is the appealing villain protagonist, and L is the odd but likable hero antagonist. That's the thing, is that their surface is, yeah, their surface appearance is different from what's underneath. I knew a guy who called that I saw a guy who called that social commentary. I'm like, I think that's a pretty shallow social commentary, but like, that's like, if anything, that would be like a parable. Like that was a parable in like, or like a message in like fucking the Berenstain Bears one time. About stranger danger. God. I am so glad that they were like, you know what? For every animation. Oh, they didn't do that? I know people were like, oh, they're gonna make her a cheerleader or something. Instead of an idol. Also, but, man, when he draws his gun at I never noticed this. But when Nero draws his gun at different angles, he poses differently. Like, doing it from the right, when his head is to the right, he turns and he aims it and swings it from his right shoulder. And then when he does it from the left, he pulls it up from his hip like a cowboy. That's so unnecessary, but it's cool. I was just gonna say, I like how he always twirls it when he pulls it out. But no, he does more than twirl it. It depends on where the angle you're facing when you're looking at the opponent. That's such a detail. Anyway. Oh, I love video games. I love this video game. You know what we have to do. We have to go to Dante and see if he does it when he pulls out his guns. Okay. Yeah, it's really not the same thing. Okay. Okay, no, so that's just Nero. Because Nero only has one gun, but he gets the extra details when he draws it. That's so cool. This is a good game. Also, like, yeah, no, like, we don't really have an equivalent because it's not, they could have just had her be, like, a local celebrity or something. Hell, even if they made her, like, smoking. Cheerleading is like that. Yeah, like they could make her an influencer. They could make her an Instagram model or like a singer or something. If they just made her like or if they made her an actress, like at the local theater, like something more than just cheerleading.
This should make things easier.
Like, I get they want to make it like American, but that's boring. No, no, no. We're going to the... Also, further arguments for Nero being the main character. Whenever you go to the character select screen and all characters are visible, the cursor starts on Nero. Even in the original version, they're like... Yeah, because they want her to be creepy, so it's clear she's evil. Also, what kind of cheerleader is a social outcast? Or vice versa, what kind of social outcast becomes a cheerleader? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the villains are people who don't look like villains. That's why they get away with being serial killers. And the heroes are weird freaks who eat unhealthily and don't sleep properly and sit weirdly. And have no social skills, like they are completely uncharming and uncharismatic. L is, if anything, rude. I'm sorry, it's just fun. Jackpot. I have no recollection. That's me moving in my seat, getting excited, just looking at the animation for Kick 13 because it's so pretty. Okay. No, I'm not forgetting a combo. Okay. But I am not doing this. So the the PlayStation thing popped up on screen, and the chat cut short just there, so it said, "I don't know what to do with the information, but it's in my bra," instead of "in my brain." I saw that and I was like, "It's what?" I was like, well, wait, what? That's one way. And then I look and say brain. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense. It's like, hey, do you have that info right here? In
Here goes.
Also, fun little thing. Whenever you enter Sin DT with Vergil, a massive blurring field appears all around. I don't know if that happens when you do it with Dante. I can check. But first... Okay. What did people do before these games existed? I was only 5 when the first one came out. That also might be to ensure that they don't have to keep visual... Oh yeah, okay. He gets a red blur all around and Vergil gets a blue one. That's so sick. Or no, maybe that's the red in the area. Okay. But it's still cool that they both just get this massive blur. Just a big aura. Can't believe some people don't like anime. I can see not liking like the weird, creepy anime. Oh, it's childish. So what? So many things are childish. What, you're gonna go watch people throw a ball around or get into arguments? Or like get upset that someone they like someone else? Like, sorry. It's late right now, but later I can get into it and start talking about some One Piece shit that's cool. Also, it comes back on the 24th in North America. Some people were saying it comes back on the 22nd, but those are talking about the scans we're not supposed to be looking at. Like, it's literally free. You can just go on the website and look at it, and it's free. You don't need to pirate it anymore. Like, otherwise you would have had to wait literally months. So it was the only option, and now they're just like, look at it, free, digitally, it's right there. And people are like, I'm still do it, pirate it, so I can look at it days early. I'm like, okay. But, like, you're gonna talk about it out loud. Like, you know that it's not what they want you to do, right? Also, the way that the Devil Sword Dante works, and his summon swords, so cool. I love how elaborate everything in this game is. I love like the way Knuckle works. I love that Nero gets the Spirit Yamato, and that his like, sorry, his maximum bet gets like the claw marks, because obviously it can't have the two swords. It's so cool. And like, there's so much stuff in this game that the player is entirely possible never gonna see it, but it's in there because they know lots of people will if they play and care. Okay, first I need you to draw the sickest shit you've ever thought of. Then draw it again until it's sicker. And finally, when you think it can't be any sicker, bring it to somebody who's really critical. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through animation and seeing all the ways that the swords go with them. Your assessment that everything needs to be cool as fuck is accurate. I can't believe that people were like, this game isn't good enough, and I'm like, you have a motorcycle sword that's a chainsaw. What did you want? I love how fast this animation gets in DT and turbo mode combined. Oh, you're allowed to just spam this over and over and keep moving in DT. And do infinite... I don't know if people that actually experiment with this. Because you can just keep shooting forever in DT with shotgun. Like, I haven't stopped shooting with this. Like, endless shotgun. America. Did you see that? I went on for like a minute. What if you try to shoot a dude and it's like, what could this farmer with shotgun do? Because you're Raditz from Dragon Ball Z, and then he starts rolling around like this, endlessly moving, blasting, and you're like, whoa, is that shotgun style breathing? I was wrong, you can just do it all the time normally. And people just don't do it.
Outrun this.
But it's way faster in DT, so that still gives you reason to do it. And it deals more damage as well. Also just doing like Demon Slayer, martial arts, endless movement shit with the shotgun. That's anime. Doing royal guard, so I need yeah, 1 damage. Okay.
Come on, show me what you got. You're not slacking, are you?
That was a bad block.
This should make things easier. Man, I'm bored.
Oh, what's the matter? Come on.
Wait, they actually have 1,001 health? I thought they just had 1,000.
Hey, come on. Oh, what's the matter? And now I'm gonna play with you.
Yeah, see, that time it said 1,000. So I don't know what the deal was before. Alright, I think I should end it here though, because it is 6 a.m. Anyway, Ace, and everybody else who came by, Max and Malo, and potentially anonymous strangers, thank you all for coming by. I hope to do this again soon, and I'll see you all later. Thank you for the support as always.